Alrighty, we are back. Last time when we left off, we were trying to clear Mesmer and Midra with the Lamenter's mask, and I was kinda tilting. There is a chance that we try respecking again and use like the infant's head or something. Where do I keep the larval tears? There they are. Okay, I've got 6 of them. That's plenty. You know, one of these days I really should, actually read the descriptions of the maps because they're tempting. They have information. Most of it does seem to be just saying, hey, these are the significant locations, but, it's interesting. Like, this one refers to the Sage Midra, gives a somewhat particular designation.
The depths of your fury!
Gonna take our time. I'm rolling too far. Oh my gosh. Oh, he just got me at exactly the wrong time. I thought I was fine there. I should have waited to do that one until he was already dead. There's time to cast Flame Grant Me Strength there. So yeah, the goal is just to be generally patient and careful. Not my strong suits, but, worth a try.
Of your fury!
Okay, welcome to the stream, Emma Dave. Yep, doing alright. Picking up the bosses that I got stuck on at the end of last stream, because tools only for these guys is tricky. I hope I've got the music volume maxed out, considering who we're fighting. Alright.
I ask you forgive me, dearest Nanaya.
Well, those are fun noises. Always are. I should clean off my camera. It looks like it's smudged. Oh well. A while. Just killed Lamenter. I'm not doing this fight very well. Let's start fresh. I already chugged through 3-4 flasks, something like that. Anyway. Okay, I had already gone through 3. You can give it another try.
You're foolish!
decent start. Skip the cutscene this time around. Light roll actually really helps with that move. How did that hit? Depot run. I see him. What in the world is happening? I feel like I'm dropping inputs. Huh? I really feel like I was dropping inputs there.
You're foolish!
That was dumb of me. So unfortunately, if you quit out while you're gaining buildup of some status, I've noticed that a lot of times the buildup just finishes when you load back in.
You're foolish!
I wish this acted as a shield when you used it. It would actually be pretty effective then. Like if you got guard, if you had some damage negation when you were using it, it would be a pretty solid ability. Okay, now we run, get our buffs up. Can you do the spinning, please? Please do the spinning. He just wouldn't do the one move that would let me get that off completely safely. Come on, Mitra. Please. I dodged him for like a solid 30 or 40 seconds there. Maybe even a minute, and he just wouldn't do the move.
The depths of your foolish.
Okay, we run. Let's give it another try. Really? What? Why are you doing it again? I'm gonna get hit by this, aren't I? I died. I hate that it takes me out of the costume the moment of death. I mean, it does make sense in a way, because death is what removes it, but you couldn't have had a death animation in the Lamenter form? Come to think of it, I know oh. Hang on, I'm dumb. I know I watched a Zully the Witch video where she showed the faces of all of the NPCs under their like helmets and stuff. And the Lamenter is a PC model, so you can actually see what's under the helmet.
The depths of your folly.
Yeah, my foolishness be deep. If I ever get grabbed by that, at the very minimum, it's a guaranteed madness proc, which means I lose FP, and it's just not worth it.
The depths of your folly.
Easy enough to tell when he's in range. Just kidding. It's so weird how this makes the first phase genuinely annoying. Because my direct damage just isn't that high, and my attack is pretty slow. Which means I can't just, like, beat him to death, which is the usual strategy for Mitra.
Depths of your folly.
It's almost too late for that last one. Run. I can't remember. Can I hold Golden Vow? Stop doing that. And hold it. I am stupid. I accidentally toggled off of my I managed to toggle off of my seal while trying to cycle spells. Because he was going for the spin, so I figured I could get off a Blessing's Boon. That's okay though, that one went reasonably well, all things considered. And I honestly think that holding Golden Vow should help make it easier to time. Because there's no move where he goes into that, where I can go into that while he's swinging high. we're gonna start this up a little early. Yeah, so there's no move where I can start it up, use the crouch to dodge, and then finish up. At least there doesn't seem to be a move with that timing and a clear tell. But if I start it up partway through his spinny move and hold it long enough, there's always enough cooldown after that for me to... Welcome to the stream. Sorry I can't read your name. I just got to the tricky part. Well, I got to the first tricky part. You can ask me something as long as it's not self-promoting. What? I'm from Utah. Dang it. I was throwing there. Oh well. We go again. I should have looked at what time I started so that I could figure out roughly when it's time to shake it up and try Midra again. Nope. Also, I don't discuss my religion or my politics on my channel for reasons that are pretty obvious. Give me an opening, please. The trouble is, if I fire into that move, I can get a second hit off, but like, there's no way of knowing that in time to actually do it. Like, you can just safely flinch him out, because this thing comes out faster than that, but it requires being reckless like I was just now. Okay, we're gonna start the Blessing Spoon up sooner. And that's... And that, folks, is how you get yourself banned. I don't feel bad, cutting... out of that fight to ban someone because it was already going pretty bad. Alright. I'm just glad I realized that I can punish the grab. Because the first few times he went for it, I thought I rolled too far back to take advantage of it, and rolling forward would have been the same issue. But if I sprint out of the rollback, I can hit it. Oh, he didn't do the follow-up. Well, I was right to think that Midra and Mesmer would be problems. I forgot to buff up there. Dang it, I thought I could follow that. Also, I swear the Madness has a different hitbox than the Trail of Flames in that movie. There's a very particular back left angle that lets you punish the Trail of Flames move, but it's so particular that I don't really know where it is. I meant to drink my physic there, but it's probably the best that I didn't. I'm stupid. Dang it! Oh, that was the wrong button. Why can I never manage to dodge that? I started throwing towards the end of... Oops. Accidentally pulled up the Steam overlay. I started throwing towards the end of phase 1. I was trying to get my buffs up and I kept messing up. You know, if I didn't absolutely love this fight, this would be so awful. I think I might give up on playing Grant Me Strength for a little bit. Just because I don't feel like I'm getting my FP worth out of it, and if I don't use it, then I can probably get away with 2 Blessings boons during phase 2 if that's what I wanted to do. Well, before I have to leave class. Oh, he went for it. He goes for that so rarely in this fight. Probably could have punished there, but I didn't think I was close enough, so I decided not to risk it. love that combo for some reason. Oh. How did I not get it? See, the issue with that specific move is just that you are utterly blinded when he does it. Like, you just can't see. Okay, before I rush in there for the bajillionth time, drop that, drop that. Flame Cleanse Me I haven't needed in my repertoire since millennia, and Flame Grant Me Strength doesn't feel worth the FP when I'm rolling with less. I would rather just wait my time to get Golden Vow.
The depths of your foolish.
Okay, run away for a sec. Run away again. Probably shouldn't have traded for that, but oh well. When does he hold up? That was just a single swing. I don't think I've ever seen him do that. And I have fought this guy so many times. I have no idea if this thing does poise or stance damage. I know it does posture damage, which is what the equivalent is in PvP, but oh, I deserve that. There are so many stray projectiles in Phase 2. Also, I do need to be careful with my stamina, because if I use too much, it does screw me up, and I've been caught by that a couple of times. I don't remember how quickly we got through everything in Storms Only. That was fun. Okay.
Enough.
I was running out of stam. It does posture damage! I gotta stagger with this move! lost my spacing. Yes! Oh, I think I got that on just in time. Maybe I was late. I think I've gotten over 700k from that before. The thing is, the safer play is always to swap the talisman first and then use the horn tender, because there's a lag after the horn tender activates before you can actually swap the talisman. But the horn tender gives a bigger buff, and we've only got this fight and Messmer's fight left to use it, so we might as well. As weird of a play as it probably is, I think that's just what I want to do. Just get up to higher mind so I can cast more spells. Get my buffs going. I'm trying to think if there's any spare boss that I could kill. Okay, so this is 100,000 runes between these two, I believe, because I'm pretty sure Millennia and Elden Beast both give 50k. I might have enough runes to pop to get one more level up. Let's go see. So 295k. Thing is, I don't really want to spend my Elden Beast Remembrance because of how hard it was to get that. Another 1,000. Nice. Okay. We'll level up real quick, go kill Messmer. Well, go try to. Well, the next thing we do has to be kill Messmer. It's just that we might decide to swap. We might decide to swap our build, because holy crap, that was already hard, and now we've got another difficult one. We're gonna start that one over. I can't believe I just got hit by his most telegraphed attack. I can already feel this one wearing on my brain, but literally all we need to do here is kill Messmer, go through a Neeralim. We'll have to fight Letta along the way, but so, okay, I do have that for Letta. We have to kill Messmer, go through a Neeralim, kill Letta, and then kill Consort.
embrace.
I don't actually know if there's a single place where I can safely get a golden vow off in this fight, except maybe the big snake slam, the big fireball slam. I should probably just start the fight over. Might as well get some practice on phase 2. I'm not going to win this round. I've burned through like 9 heals before phase 2, and I don't have time to rebuff or heal or anything.
No, Mother. Forgive me.
I'm gonna try and get a golden vow at the start of this phase by... Well... Theoretically, I could try and get a Blessing's Boon and a golden vow. If I try to get the Blessing's Boon before the Ball Slam and the golden vow after. I can't reverse that order because they... Blessing's Boon is faster. I gotta be real though, dude. Why did you take off your helmet? Like, the helmet was pretty cool. I honestly would have loved a helmet design for him where there's just like a chunk of it that's burned or melted away because of when he ripped his eye out. That would be sick.
Wilt thou be taken in the jaws of the abyssal serpent, shorn of light?
Dang it. I had one more heal. I shouldn't have been greeting, but like, I had a quarter of his health bar left as well. I wasn't getting through that in one heal. Honestly though, his phase 2 is so much more manageable. it's not all melee attacks and fire spamming. It's mostly snakes, so I don't get chipped down as much. For some reason, I decided to vary my dodge pattern for that one. And obviously I shouldn't have, because I was in fact hit. Got it. Dang it! I thought I could outspace him.
Restricted the race of gold. In the embrace of Mesmer's flame.
I was looking for a heal opportunity and a chance to top off my FP because, well, I had run low. Oh. Oh, man. It would be funny if there was some game-breaking glitch somewhere that you could access by, like, using the animation of putting this mask on to clip through a wall. I mistimed the second roll. Like, this is doable, but it's definitely not easy. And the thing is, if I was just doing Golden Pow for the damage buff, then, you know what? I'm gonna take care of something that I absolutely should have taken care of already. Where are you? You cannot face bonk while on torrent, sadly. I should have done this before this point. I'm not using Golden Vow for the offense, I'm using it mainly for the defense buff. Which means it makes a lot more sense for me to go and pick up Flame Protect Me than Golden Vow. I won't get any physical defenses added, but I'll get fire defense. And then we'll Mark of Grace out so we don't have to ride the elevator. How long does Flame Protect Me last anyway? 70 seconds, that's pretty dang good. Gotta check another thing while I'm here. That's what I thought. I was checking the duration of my crystal. Is my Flame Protect Me already gone? feel like those last such a short time. It's kind of insane. I'm gonna try something real quick. Swap that for that. What? I almost missed that last dodge. That was just amazing. Okay, we're making progress. I hit the button. Welcome to the stream, dude. Oh my god. Oh, I threw. That was a good start, but oh well. It's going. That was, I think, my best attempt at Mesmer so far. I'm getting better at his moveset. Like, if nothing else, this challenge does force me to get better at his boss movesets. Also, Old Lord's Talisman was definitely the play. I think it was a good call. Oh, hang on, I forgot to put on my mask, which means we're gonna rest and then buff again. Apparently it didn't reset my flame protect me when I rested, so we'll go for that. I don't want to take advantage of that like consistently, because while it is more resources for the fight, it's less time on my first round of buffs. I was
in the embrace of
spam rolling. So yeah, while I could probably always buff up and then rest at the grace, the variable loading time means I don't even know how much of a chunk it would take out of my buff timer. So it doesn't feel like a great option to me. Come on. Okay. For what it's worth, I sometimes kind of dangle my right foot while fighting, so like it's hovering off the ground. My right foot is starting to cramp.
A lord devoid of light.
I wish there was even a single time when I could get off a second piece of that. Oh, I meant to hit X there, not RB. It was just a simple miss button. Yeah, ow. Though admittedly, just about everything in this fight is ow when you really think about it, because I am getting skewered and roasted and fighting by rapidly expanding my head to smash it against the enemy. Like, I can't think of too many things in this fight that don't cause a bit of an ow. Did I say hi to you, Rafkin? If not, hi. Oh gosh, I'm getting clobbered. honest, I don't even know what the tell is for which skin he's doing. I just know that I know it. And I know that makes no sense, but don't worry about it. Really? I thought I timed that well. Oh my gosh. That came out faster than I thought. I thought it would take him slightly longer to turn around there just because just because I was on the far side, but no, apparently it has variable speed based on how far he's gonna have to swing to hit me. I'm foolish. Imagine if the flames coming off of you during that attack actually did damage. I guarantee there would be someone, somewhere, who would try and who would like mod the game so that you didn't actually transform and try and kill bosses with just that. Okay, stay calm and focused. Dang it. come on. I swear I was out of the way.
Shut eye.
I swear I did not get hit by that. the button. That should have hit. That one forward thrust, the big charge up one with the long flame spear, has the least consistent hitbox in this entire fight. There are times when it's fully over and hits me, and there are times when I roll way too early and it just doesn't.
Devoid of light.
Really? I'm gonna die here, aren't I? Will I live? There we go. We are 2.5 hours into the stream. We have beaten 2 bosses. Holy crap. That's so much. Oh. Still no infant head Radagon, though. Especially since there was no Elden Beast. So the question now... I mean, it literally doesn't matter where I put these right now, because... we're gonna go and die in a minute here. I absolutely don't want this build for the Let a Gank fight. But let's get our level ups real quick. You know, in hindsight, I really shouldn't have wasted my time doing that. Because I absolutely don't have enough runes to pull off the to pull off that thing. Well, I always die going through a near Aleem anyway. So you know what? We're just gonna go burn the ceiling tree, head into a near Aleem. And head through, and when we inevitably die, then I will go respec and pick up my runes on the way back through. So the funny thing here is that we're going to be respecing twice in the remainder of this run. Once for the Omen set, because I'm reasonably confident that that's our best PvP option. And once for Consort, where if I were to do it with anything other than the Perfumed Oil, it would make me a moron. I'm not exaggerating. It is our fastest tool and our best damage tool for the cost. It's kind of weird how this place was shrouded in by both the ceiling tree and Marika's veil across the Land of Shadows. Also, because the veil over the Land of Shadows bears some resemblance to the veil over the bed in Marika's bedroom, there is a standing joke that there's a non-joke theory that her bedroom was the original portal into the Shadow Realm. And then there is a which means that she marched her entire crusading army. Sorry about that. Through her bedroom. And then there's a joke, considering she's called a strumpet in the lore, that it's not entirely surprising that she marched her entire army through her bedroom. In fact, the theory goes that they'd all been there once or twice before anyway. Can he get up here? I don't think he can. Hooray, a somber 5. I get why they have all of these random upgrade materials in the DLC, I really do. But it's still fun to make fun of that fact because, like, I'm this far into the game. Either I already have my build, or how did that get me? Actually, how did that get me? Sup, lads? Okay, now we're going to do something patently stupid. We're going to attempt to run past this guy outside of here. Well, we all knew that I was gonna die at some point going through there. I have the Twiggy cracked tier, don't I? Like, surely I picked that up at some point along the way. Hang on. I do have the Twiggy tier. Okay, let's make a point of being able to pick those up on the way back, but now we're gonna head back to Rhea Lucaria and respec. So, the goal, let's see, what do we want for this build? We want Sacred Scorpion, Radagon Icon, Old Lord's Talisman, and Crimson Seed, I think. Yeah, that makes sense to me. I don't know why I put those on. They were shiny. We want the full Omen set. And I don't think anything else we equip matters for that set. You know what, let's drop a Zers. Well, no, we can probably afford the equip load when it comes down to it. This is a consumable, not a tool. The wiki has it improperly labeled as a tool. Also, for most of my previous runs, I didn't realize that the Dragon Communion harpoon was a consumable. I thought it was a great arrow, like Egon's great arrows. I never realized there was a difference until pretty far in. Okay, let's see. Let's swap those. We're never going to use the Blue Dancer again, so... Blue Dancer, thank you for your service. We salute you and all that jazz.
Is it time? Now. Be not, I would.
Okay, looks like I have to run the calcs out here. So if I want a minimum of mid-roll 62.1 divided by 0.7. I need 88.8, I think. Might be that 88.7 can pull it off. Just real quick, if I swap in the shirt that gives me the Omen Bairn, then it becomes a lot more manageable. Yeah, then it becomes 60.6. But I want to see if I can make this work because the armor will actually be really handy for the Leda fight. Okay, minimum 55 vigor for this. Well, that's my preference. We can take that down a little if we absolutely need to. Holy crap, that's a lot of endurance. Yeah, 40 mind, I think, is my benchmark there. We don't care about the strength. We're not using anything that requires strength. Okay, so now we're at the question, aren't we? Where do I put those last 11 points? I could justify getting some more mind, but... Put 3 there. There, that'll work. That gets me enough equip load. $250 FP, which is enough for me to use Regal Omen Bairn 5 times without needing to refill. Even though refill is only, I think, 220 FP, if I recall correctly. It's been a while since I looked that up. And we've got as much faith and intelligence as that will let us get away with.
My fan.
Alright, Tim Allen, let's do this. Let's stick with Lord's Heal for now. We can swap Blessing's Boon for Blessing of the Erd Tree. And we can get away with having a couple of these in our slots. And unlike in Storms Only, we are going to try to get all the Skadoobles, because we want all the damage we can get, even if it's negligible. I probably should have dropped Golden Vow, to be honest. Yeah, let's go do that. Golden Vow doesn't help us on this build because we're not running anything with fire damage. I don't know why I'm going all the way up here. I'm not doing that under the platform path again. Oh. You know what I just realized? That Crimson Seed Talisman isn't going to be up to much on this particular build. Well, we'll leave it there for now since it's more likely for this scenario that we wind up using it. So we're gonna run past our runes the first pass. What in the world? So the thing is, because we had the Twiggy tier going, which we did, our runes shouldn't despawn. I am gonna go ahead and do something real quick. Give me that. I probably should be buffing up before doing this, to be honest. So I think it's 3 more Skadoobles, but... So we are going to go and get our runes back. We're just going to go up this way so that we can kill this thing on the way through. Welcome to the stream, Lastborn. Thanks for the hydrate. Okay. Now we're just gonna blitz a near Aleem. And get the skidoobles that we can along the way. This horned beast warrior we're probably going to try and kill up here. Oh, I forgot we got a golden horn tender on the way through. Okay, we can use that instead of a golden foul foot on the Letafite. Where is its head? Infant's head is just better for this situation. There we go. Now, unfortunately, we did just use up our physic, and we don't have a Twiggy Cracked tier in stock. But I think we should still be fine. If we go ahead, buff up properly, and just run past the next guy, it shouldn't matter if we die, because we should still be able to hit the race. I have no idea who's aggroed onto me right now. I'll run. The stair climbing animation on these guys is always kind of funny to me. Goodbye. I don't need your sword this time. Okay. Now we're gonna try and figure out what build we're running for, or how exactly we're setting ourselves up to do our fight with Leda and Dane. Oh. Except, did I ever do this quest? I don't know if I did. And I want Tiolier. Okay, I never did.
Your poison and the sleep that follows. Oh, please, let me hear your voice. Just some treatment soon. Let me be.
Alright, we gotta remember to pick up our runes every time we come through here. I'm probably going to skip the cutscenes with St. Trina's dialogue, because I just can't really be bothered. I can't, honestly. We can go to Holy now, though.
You mustn't, Sentry. It must be. I have got to the RBB.
St. Trina's got that gamer posture. You know, she basically tells players, drink this poison like 5 times. Literally kill yourself 5 times, and I'll talk to you in your sleep. And we do it because we're a bunch of simps. You know, there were a decent number of times before this where I could have done this without having to worry about runes, and I regret not going that route. I will admit, having a clearer route for this has made the run a lot easier, because I didn't have to worry about how many times I was changing builds. I knew exactly where I was planning to. For what it's worth, Saint Trina would pretty easily be a better ruler than Mikola, with the exception of communication. In the sense that in order to have a conversation with her, you need to literally kill yourself multiple times. And that's just not ideal.
Grant me more of your poison, that I might drift further into sleep. Perhaps then you'll grace me with your voice. Please. Oh, thank you. Only I. Why would you? If you should, I will. Please, I cannot.
Oh. Never did my buttons back up. I guess maybe I undid those when I got home to be more comfortable. Still, 2 buttons is plenty comfortable in this shirt. I really like this shirt. It is very cozy, but I can't wear it all the time because it's basically a sweater. It's a light sweater. Yeah, I get it, Saint Trina. Don't worry. I will do my best to kill him. I was gonna say I will kill him, but...
For your trespass, you will know my poison. No good to weak, as I suppose. Tell me, assuming what did.
Oh, right. I just have to talk to him one more time after dying. Admittedly, I wouldn't call this build such strength so much as this build is good against NPC types. So as long as I can get a tiny bit of distance to make it so I can get off the Omen Bairn. They don't know how to dodge the projectiles, and if they're close enough to me, they just get knocked over by the shockwave.
assuming what did... could it please in my... century in my...
Okay. Now we're good to go. Technically, I could go and pick up the last couple of Skidoobles, but I don't really care about that for this fight so much as I want it for Consort. There we are. I find navigating near Alim kind of confusing on the map because it's hard to gauge distance, and it does just circle around on itself.
Desired all along, the clashing of the favored lords, such that one would prevail, so be it. If you insist upon facing Mikula the Kind, then I will run you through whoever you might be. Don't tarry now.
Okay, we got Ansbach, we got Tiolier, we got the relevant spells. Got a golden horn tender. I still don't know if you can even boost the runes from this fight, because I swear I always get 300,000 regardless of whether I do something to boost them, but we'll see.
Don't you dare approach Mikula the Kind. Needle Knight Ledder and Briley of Dane will never allow it.
We are just gonna run away for a little bit while we wait for our allies to spawn.
Of the pure blood knights, I stand with blade aloft, blood of fire, for the dignity of my lord and master.
I can't fathom their strength. After knowing how you make it, what remains pledged to your lord of blood?
Lady Rena, suspicions were dead. In the end, I could not bury the memories. And our pact of blood.
Tioli, I
Oh, Dane is so frickin' annoying. My defensive buffs ran out. I should have taken the time to get them back. I have so much FP, more than I need for this fight. Love how at the appropriate time just means way later than you really prefer for them to show up. I might try and let the other two deal with Dane.
Don't you dare approach Mikula the Kind. Needle Knight Ledder and Dryleaf Dane will never allow it.
Crap! Oh, right. Did she not remove my buffs?
I am
That ability is supposed to remove your
I
buffs.
stand with blade aloft.
Dane, leave me alone.
I'm sorry for speaking to you as a complete stranger.
Lady Leda, your suspicions were dead on. In the end, I'm not Lord Moog, and our pact of blood.
I seem to have made poor judgments about you, or perhaps Sabrina.
I am deeply sorry for doubting you. I am here only to grant Trina's singular wish. I will stop Mickle and Kind. He will never become a god.
Really, guys? Keep aggro on someone, please. Oh my gosh.
I can't fathom your convictions after knowing how
Life is tarnished. It appears that our interests were upon my soul. Today is endless. Watch closely.
by way of apology, kindly make the world a gentler place.
Ansbach, just attack him, please.
sensation returns.
I should have just gone with Yukon. Yeah, there's just no way to boost the runes from this at all. Because I definitely didn't use a Horned Bairn last time. Okay, that's really dumb, actually. Like, really dumb. Alright, well... Take stuff off of his corpse. Take stuff off of her corpse. No real reason, because I don't plan to use any of that. Technically, and this is a pretty niche interaction, but the various martial arts weapons are the lightest weapons in the game that you can put Golden Vow on. So if you want Golden Vow as an Ash of War, you're pretty thoroughly encouraged to go that route.
In truth, I'm afraid I underestimated the lad.
Okay, let's
Appearing
chill with
frail in
Ansbach
both
for a
body
minute.
and mind, I presumed he'd be like to stumble upon the field of battle. What a fool I was. He serves another master, but Setiolier performed magnificently. Perhaps he too quivers with anticipation, as do we. Oh. Something you want to get off your chest? Well, you needn't worry. It was you, wasn't it? Who defeated Lord Moog. Fear not. I bear no grudge against you. His Eminence was felled in an honorable duel. And such are the risks of seeking lordship. Besides, what right have I to complain? I blame the enchantment more than anything. Righteous tarnished. We will have our victory. I swear upon my blood.
Alright, so we got one last respec to go for. It really doesn't matter. I might go and... Well, okay, here's my thought process. Instead of trying to pop a bunch of golden runes or find a random boss that I could kill for more runes, I think we're just gonna go respec. Okay, you... Hang on, sorry. Trying to remember what my setup is for this. I want that. Oh, I should put the +1 away. Crimson Seed. Probably Holy Resist. Maybe Physical, or I could slip in one of the other generalized buffs. Let's see, let's just find a good... Oh. Oops. Let's just find a good heavy talisman that we could use. these two don't count. Not using those in the fight. I guess the heaviest talisman I could see us using is the Blessed Blue Dew. Okay, swap to Rakshasa. Drop you for the jellyfish shield. Slap on that shield as well. I need to clean up my inventory. Hang on, apparently it's been a while since I did that. Oh, and I don't think I was investing heavily enough in faith to justify using the Erd Tree seal. Which means the incant scaling doesn't matter. I could wind up investing in faith, but hang on. Yeah, neither of these matter at all. Drop that, 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 that. Ah, there you are. Just trying to remember where I put Lord's Divine Fortification. Okay, it's 27 faith for that one. So many random consumables. Theoretically, I could throw the Blessing of Marika in the mix, except I can only carry one of those, and I only have two of them. So the targets here are Blessing's Boon or Blessing of the Erd Tree. Either one would realistically work. But I don't know if we'll be able to spare enough faith for Blessing of the Erd Tree. So we'll have to see how that turns out. Also, I did realize what the other thing that I wanted was. Give me Old Lords. I want my buffs to get their mileage. Perfumed oil. Filled with flammable perfume oil. Did Dancers of Ranah keep these concealed as they dance, marking the height of their passion with an explosion of searing flame and sweet, enticing scents. I wonder what it smells like, what it's like supposed to smell like. Bonds with the sprites were made to be broken. A large burrow stone studded with a perfectly white gem, said to be the polished form of a special kind of crystal. A ritual implement made to control explosions. Weirdly enough, it looks like a crystal tear. Maybe it's the skidoo tree version? Anyway, ritual implement made to control explosions of spiritual power, used to cause a spiritual explosion, consuming the sprite dwelling within the sprite stone. Doll of a Tanglehorn Bairn. Tangled horns are a symbol of spirituality, but most young-born bearing the oversized horns meet a frightfully early demise. These fetishes are made to memorialize them. Omen babies born of royalty. Doll of a curse-born bairn from the Erd Tree's royal line. Omen babies born of royalty do not have their horns excised, but instead are kept underground unbeknownst to anyone, imprisoned for eternity. These memorial fetishes are fashioned in secret. Doll of a curse-born bairn. Omen babies have all their horns excised, causing most to perish. These fetishes are made to memorialize them. Please don't hate me or curse me, please. Skull of a very young ancestral spirit. Just think how many sproutings it might bear. The vapor becomes a temporary geyser which deals damage to everything it touches until it disappears. Bell used by worshippers of revenants. Wraiths are said to be the vengeful spirits of those who died when cursed. Well, that explains why it's faith and int scaling. Because those who died when cursed presumably does include the omens, if not explicitly focus on them, which might also be the case. Blasphemous Claw. A slab of rock engraved with traces of the Rune of Death can deflect the power of the Black Blade. On the night of the dire plot, Ronnie rewarded Praetor Rykard with these traces. Should the coming trespass one day transpire, they would serve as a last resort foil, allowing Rykard to challenge Malekith the Black Blade, the Black Beast of destined death. And a great rune relinquished by Mikola. Broken and bereft of its bounty, it retains naught but the power to resist charms. Mikola set off for the Golden Tower, enshrouded by shadow, abandoning everything, his golden flesh, his blinding strength, even his fate, all in an effort to bury the original sin, to embrace the whole of it and be reborn as a new god. You know, I've never thought about that wording, to bury the original sin. Like, it really does just re-emphasize the fact that Mikola wasn't prepared to actually deal with the problems that were created by his mother. Okay. We want 20 strength. Minimum of 27 faith, I think it was. Hang on, I gotta double check the spells. Yeah, minimum of 27 faith. 30 and 38 are the other key benchmarks I'm seeing. with a minimum of 64 equip load. Okay.
Is it thy now?
That's enough there. 20 strength. Honestly, there is an argument to be made for putting a small amount of... for putting a single point into int so that I can use the Golden Order seal. Okay. Let's look at that for now. Does that give us enough to get dexterity to 99? We're at 89 at the moment. Honestly, getting to 99 dexterity really isn't worth it, but I want to see how it goes. Plus, we are going to pick up one extra level up. We're just going to find something that we can do to get those last few runes. So we can bump that up by one. Technically, if I did that, I could probably get away with doing that for... the seal, which would decrease my equip load. But at the same time, that single level is giving me... Oh, no, it's not giving me 30 stamina. I just misremembered what that number on the left meant. You know what? Let's go with that.
Thou art now a Sumaitha.
There. If I'm desperate, I can use healing spells now. Well, actually, it's not even if I'm desperate. I have... I mean, I guess my sorcery scale... my incant scaling is going to be less for not having that much investment. Anyway. Gotta be some random enemy that I never fought that's weak to fire. Or, at the very least, hit reasonably well with fire. You know what? We can take on this Blackblade Kindred over here. Gives like 80,000 runes. Oh, my flasks are very incorrect for this build. It will take less damage because it's raining, but this thing still hits pretty hard. Not press it twice. That works. Does not bode all that well for consort, but because I'm clearly pretty out of practice with this one. Oh right, that's the other thing that I wanted to put in the chest. Even though it doesn't really matter all that much anymore, I'm gonna go ahead and drop the Crusade insignia, because it literally can't come into play for the consort fight. And I'm gonna go buy some, whatchamacallit, some boiled crab. But first, are there any... No, there are no rune arcs or memory stones that I haven't remembered to buy here. Just in case I wind up wanting boiled crab for this fight. Okay, quick bathroom break, and then we will do the fight. I'm not stalling, I promise. I just actually wanted all of that stuff taken care of. Okay. I hope you enjoyed your moments chilling with Tim Allen. That is not the right one. There we go. Sorry, I was checking out some stats. As sad as it is, I still won't be summoning these two. I probably should have summoned them for the last boss, or like for the last run. It would have been pretty cool. Oh, I should have chugged my physic as well.
My loyal blade.
I kind of forgot.
And champion of the festival. Both your deeds will ever be praised in song. Now, the vow will be honored, and my lord brother's soul will return, so that he may be my consort.
went alright, but first phase is always the easiest. Next phase is when it gets tough. Honestly, I kinda miss my deflecting hard tier builds.
At long last you are returned. Tarnished one. Aspiring lord of the old order.
You know, they've already announced that there's going to be an Elden Ring movie, and I just really hope that it doesn't actually focus on the plot of Elden Ring, but that it's like a prequel or something. Like, show us some of the events that we only hear about in the game. That's a worthwhile use of
And my
a movie.
promised consort, Radahn.
Run. Drink the wrong. That's fine. I drank the wrong thing and I was on the wrong foot that entire time. Also, I have literally never managed to deliberately dodge that slam attack in my life. I've never figured out how to do it. Everyone just says you sprint the first few hits and then roll the last one. But every time I try and sprint the first few, I just get hit by all of them. So I have no idea what I'm doing wrong. Also, I have runarks. I have 14 of them, and one boss left in the entire game. Oh my gosh. To be fair, that was dumb of me to try and run left. And I normally run right, but I'd never actually... I don't know if I've ever actually tried running left there. So I don't know if I've ever seen what that one does if it connects properly. Like, normally I've just been running right and it misses me, or running not quite right and it sort of mangles me while the animation bugs out. I'm stupid. Also, I forgot to pop another rune arc. Probably for the best because of how badly I was playing that fight just there, but anyway. You know what? I have a spell to buff my Holy Resist. I'm gonna try the Physical Resist Talisman. I'm gonna regret that in phase 2, but... Dang it! I just wanted to get off a heal, dude. Okay, whatever. crap. I thought he was on the last one. I got impatient. He kinda bugs out if his tracking AI can't figure out where I am, or if he thinks I'm at some random point, because I think your coordinates might move when you die. Okay, we're gonna go a couple of rounds without the rune arcs, just so I don't burn through all of them right away. Some of those might hit the half. If he does it like that, he can hit the wall with some of them, and that would be fun. I got stuck against the wall. I should have remembered that I have Vow of the Indomitable, because that would have let me dodge the shockwave. But even then, I don't know if I would have had time to get off the War's Divine Fortification that I wanted. how was I not rolling there? Like, I absolutely know I can do this. I've done this RL1, I've done it with worse damage on some builds. Like, this is genuinely a decent option for this fight. I'm just really bad at this fight. I think there was a part of me that was planning to remark for this fight, for this round, but... was fighting poorly there at the end, and I was out of FP. Oh, I think I need to shift a flask over. Honestly, I think I need to shift a flask over, and I think I need to go for a few less spell buffs. Starting to think that Jellyfish Shield probably isn't worth it. I'll keep it around, because occasionally if I get in a bad spot, guarding can still be handy. It's just, if I can't make these resources work, then I'm gonna have to swap in the Blessed Blue Dew, and that is costly, shall we say. Alright, let's try another with a gun. And the extra FP here should be helpful. So I'm trying to be conservative with the spells that I cast, which means no recasting of Golden Bow or Blessed Plume. I need to not jump there. I feel that. There's a part of me that really wonders if I would get more out of the out of an armor that gave better defense. It's like, look at that. All the way across the board, that's better defense, that's better defense. Like, there's a definite argument for it. I really thought I had it. Shot there. Really? That was weird spacing for that one. Also, I kept expecting him to do that one because he almost always opens up the phase with it. And if he doesn't, he still likes to have it pretty close in his move initiative. Sometimes this thing double hits, and I don't know exactly why. I'm guessing it has some weird hitbox interaction going on. It's hard to tell, because, of course, I have to be focused every second of this fight on not immediately dying. Really? He did the follow-up too? Freaking input reading. He knew I was mashing for the heal, which I shouldn't have been doing. Like, it is my fault in the end. There's no question about that. But it's still frickin' annoying. I have no idea how those rocks managed to actually hit me, because I timed that dodge, that jump, the same way I always do. But, yeah, I don't know. Some of the hitboxes in this fight are needlessly jank, and some of them are just kind of jank. Like, this fight does have some of the most exceptionally inconsistent hitboxes in the game, but there are also some of them that are just the usual level of miss. Oh, I forgot to get the remaining students. I just realized that. If we die again, I might go and do that. That one always gets me. I'm so bad at spotting that one. See what I mean? You know, one thing that I was really fond of in Monster Hunter was the fact that that the monsters had stamina. I hit the button! Where was my second dodge? Okay, let's go get those last consumables, because I kind of forgot that we still didn't have 20. Okay. How many do I have right now? 2. So there should just be the one left. And I know where it is. Spiral Rise, that's the one. No, that's just the Inquisitor ashes. smithing stone. Skadooble is somewhere around here. I just... Okay. Fun fact, if you're trying to beat... If you're trying to, like, beat all remembrances at heavy load or something... That right there... Also dying there was going to be faster than trying to kill the enemy and warp out. That spot right there is one of the areas that might give you trouble. I would go with spinning gravity thrust on Gaius's weapon if you want the Skadooble. Obviously that spot isn't required, but it's nice to have. But I'm pretty sure spinning gravity thrust, when properly aimed, could get you across that gap. Okay, now we got max Skadooble. Let's try this again. trying to get in a position where I could refresh Lord's Divine Fortification. In case I haven't made that clear, that spell buffs my Holy Resistance. Which is very important in Phase 2 of this fight, where Holy is everywhere. In Phase 1, Golden Vow is more valuable. I do think you can only have one. I'm pretty sure. handful of these moves that I either usually just luck my way through, or I'm not fully consistent at, or Sometimes their hitboxes are janky and they catch me. And if they do it when I'm trying to find an opportunity to heal or rebuff or something, it becomes a massive issue. And that was one of those times. Dodge. That is not what I was trying to... Just run for it, Heck yeah. And that, folks, is Elden Ring. Tools only. All remembrances except for Rykard. Because I kid you not, Rykard would have been trash so cheap. I'm not even exaggerating. First of all, I don't know if it's possible to beat Rykard tools only prior to the DLC. Because Rykard tools only would basically have to be done hitless for you to have the ammunition needed. And you would either need to use a pretty highly invested Ancestral Infant Head or Wraith Calling Bell. Hit basically every shot, and possibly consume some Starlight Shards along the way. With the DLC, it's probably just barely possible. I think you would straight up just run a pretty normal Wraith Calling Bell build, and with that, with the Wraith Calling Bell, I feel like you would just kind of run around with the Cerulean, with the Blessed Blue Dew on, and at that point it becomes a lot less of an issue that it takes forever and it takes a lot of hits, because you can gain some extra FP and you probably will spend some time just kind of running around. It would still be incredibly unpleasant and would probably be like a 45-minute boss fight minimum. So I'm perfectly okay not doing that. I am very okay, because Rykard isn't meant to be fought with stuff other than the Serpent Hunter, really. Folks, I think we just finished the adventure of Tim Hallen. Look at that guy. He married Ranni, became Elden Lord, killed 2 gods, and fought 2 different incredibly intense boss fights by smashing his face against them. And he did it all tools only, except for the little bit of cheating that we've already mentioned. Honestly, big fan of Tiolier's trousers. I think they're a nice look. They're very flowy, they just look really comfortable. Like, I could go for those trousers IRL. Kind of like those baggy pants that you see over in like Japan and Korea. Maybe it's just Korea. I know my brother got some when he was living there for a little bit with his family. So, yeah. I'm trying to see how many of these it's going to take for me to get that 1 extra level up. There we I would kind of like 2 extra level ups just to pick up that last, just to round off some numbers here. I'm prepared to ignore the int and the arcane, but with the stats that I'm more using, it would be kind of cool. Oh boy. So, if we're going to talk, I want to talk about this real quick before we wrap up, and then we will wrap up, because I haven't eaten dinner, and it's 10:30 at night. That was a very full stream, and we got exactly what I was hoping to done, so I'm satisfied. But talking about a tier, like, if I were to rank these based on how effective they are and focusing on just the damaging tools, because Blasphemous Claw, Margit's Shackle. Margit's Shackle is still arguably the best tool in the game. Admittedly, Perfumed Oil is decent. It's actually pretty good. Margit's Shackle is just really good because it's useful for so many things outside of combat. But in terms, and Blasphemous Claw does deal damage, and it is very good against Malekith, but I feel like I could have, if I hadn't wanted so badly to use Blasphemous, I feel like I could have gone through that entire Malekith phase with just the Infant's Head. He has a lot of openings that are big enough for that thing. But in terms of, I guess you could say, a tier list, the best one for damaging tools is definitely the Perfumed Oil. Second best is probably the Wraith Calling Bell. It has great range and really strong tracking. Admittedly, it doesn't move very fast, so against some bosses it struggles, and that's part of the reason we didn't see more of it. And then, it's kind of hard to say, but I would say Regal Omen Bairn just for damage, and for its AoE knockback. For what it's worth, this thing is actually legitimately strong against NPC-type enemies. And then I think I would go with Infant's Head, which is just kind of a consistent tool. It's not great. It's not genuinely good damage like the Perfumed Oil, but it is consistent. It's got a decent damage type that rarely faces anything above a 20% resistance. It's got a usable casting time, which I can't say for the Bairns. And its area is really good. Unironically really good. If we're talking the last two, because I'm not including the Bond Stone in this since we couldn't actually use it since it takes consumables, and that would have violated our rules. For the remaining Bairns, Horned Bairn pretty easily edges out Omen Bairn. Horned Bairn at the very least gives you projectiles that will probably hit their target and do okay-ish damage. It's not something that you want to use in the middle of a fight because it has the exact same cast time as the Regal Bairn for like 1/8 of the damage. But if you're just wandering around, or if you're at a distance and you have a chance to like kite an enemy or something, you can just fire this off. The projectiles will linger forever. Like, it's not terrible. The Omen Bairn is terrible. I'm probably giving it too much crap, but by the time you get access to the Omen Bairn, which requires entering Landell, all you have to do to get access to the Regal Omen Bairn, which is endlessly better, since it's just double the cost for double the damage, essentially. probably better at high level as well, because int and faith descaling aren't going to take you very far. Anyway, the only thing, once you've entered Landell, that stands between you and getting the better Omen Bairn is Margit, who the Omen Bairn, the base Omen Bairn, wouldn't be effective against anyway. Although, if I ever saw Elden Ring bingo, like single player bingo, the style that Scurry does, I would kind of love to see someone try and beat Margit with only the Omen Bairn, because that would be gruesome. I think you might actually need to access the DLC for the Blessed Blue Dew in order to just have enough total FP to do it. Anyway, yeah, that is my order. If I had to pick, if I had to rank them, I think this is the order that I would see. The only place in this that I would say is questionable is these two, because they're effective in completely different situations, is essentially what they boil down to. I gave Bairn the advantage for pure damage. Oh my goodness, though. That was a fight. I'd say we are good. That's the end of Tim Allen's adventures, unless I someday get Bloodborne. If someday I get Bloodborne, I want to do a couple of runs to get familiar with the game, and then I would actually love to do a Hunter's Tools only run, in which case we might resurrect Tim Allen, or we might try and make Bob the Builder, who I feel would be easier to design, because honestly, in the grand scheme of things, I don't even know that this is that good of a Tim Allen. Like, I tried hard, but you just can't quite get the right face shape, and Tim Allen has a lot of real estate for his forehead, so it's kind of hard to make that work. Alright, folks. Let's see if there's anyone to raid. There never is, but I'll keep trying to remember to check. There isn't. I am almost certain, because I haven't gotten any notifications. Alright. We are going to call it there. Trying to see if there's anywhere that I can stand for a decent screenshot without using the lantern. Okay. I'm sure there's a decent thumbnail somewhere in those for the end of the run. Honestly, though, that was a fun way to round it off. The balancing that they've done for Consort does make the boss fight feel a lot less painful, which makes me hate it a lot less, even if I'm not good at it. And being able to spend some time... Oh, why did I move my mic over there? Being able to spend some time getting better at Midra and Mesmer's movesets is always fun, because those are just two amazing boss fights. Anyway, folks, I do appreciate y'all. Thanks for joining. I don't know what I've got planned for tomorrow. I want to double check some stuff. It might be Princess Peach's Showtime, because I've had that game queued up for a while and I would like to play through it, or at least try it out on stream, see if I want to stream the whole thing. I have some other stuff. We might play Dark Souls 1 at some point soonish. We'll have to see. In the meantime, I appreciate y'all. I hope you enjoyed, and I hope to see you next time. Later, folks. Bye, 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 bye.